Chapter I Introduction. Application of methods and procedures in organizations has been age-old. The efficiency of an organization depends largely on evolution of adequate processes and procedures and the ability of its employees to follow them. The efficiency of an organization depends largely on evolution of adequate processes and procedures and the ability of its employees to follow them. Accordingly, the efficiency of persons handling secretarial work in an organization can be judged by their ability to dispose of matters, mostly receipts, cases etc., with speed and quality, following the procedures prescribed for the purpose. The ultimate object of all government business is to meet the citizens' needs and further their welfare without undue delay or dilatoriness. At the same time, those who are accountable for fair conduct of business have to ensure that public funds are managed with utmost care and prudence. It is therefore necessary, in each case, to keep appropriate record not only of what has been done but also of why it was so done. These records serve as evidence, precedent, guide and training material too. The procedures prescribed in this manual attempt to balance the conflicting considerations of speed, quality, transparency and propriety. In a dynamic context, this balance cannot be rigidly or permanently fixed. Every rule and step in the procedure must serve a definite purpose and meet such tests. Is it necessary or sufficient? Is there any simpler and quicker way to serve the purpose? In order to create awareness about these processes and practices, especially at the cutting-edge level, and to sensitize new entrants inducted at various levels in the Central Secretariat, the Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, as a nodal agency in the field of organization and methods, has laid down various procedures for performance of secretariat work by the functionaries in various ministries, departments of the Government of India in the form of Central Secretariat Manual of Office Procedure (CSMOP). The procedures laid down in the CSMOP have been adopted for use after careful examination of the recommendations of various administrative commissions, committees etc. Methods of working have been improved time and again to increase productivity and provide responsive administration. Efforts have always been made to maintain a close relationship among the organization, procedure of work, and the functionaries. First published in March 1955, CSMOP has been updated from time to time to take care of the changing scenario. This is the 13th revised edition in the series. Mere written procedures may not ensure their effective operation. A written procedure just guides how to do the work. In order to make sure that procedures are being followed, documentation of actual practice and spot checks of actual work need to be done. Newly inducted officials must be trained on the procedures contained in the CSMOP and refresher courses should also be organized. A well-designed procedure serves as a standing order, a means to coordinating effort, a tool of communication, and a basis for performance measurement and appraisal. CSMOP will, therefore, continue to form the backbone of process management in the Central Secretariat. It has been augmented by incorporating procedures in the context of the various accepted recommendations made by the Two-End Administrative Reforms Commission, RT Act, 2005 and technological advancements without altering its basic structure. Constructive comments or suggestions for further improvement of CSMOP are welcome. 2. The Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, Government of India has also taken up the E-Office Mission Mode Project (MMP) under National E-Governance Plan (NEGP) that has been conceptualized to modernize the central government offices through introduction of information technology. The E-Office MMP envisages a user-friendly and integrated file and records management software solution with implantation of associated process reforms. The E-Office MMP is aimed at introducing the concept of e-file in the government offices, leading to less paper offices. As of now, the project is under implementation at 3 pilot locations, viz. Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, Training Division of Department of Personnel and Training, and E-Governance Division of Department of Information Technology. Its implementation in the other central government offices will be taken up after analysis and its success at the pilots. The department is also in the process of finalizing an e-manual which will provide detailed guidelines procedures for functioning of e-office, which may eventually substitute CSMOP once FS becomes fully operational across all offices of the Government of India. The Volume 2 of the 13th edition of the CSMOP is the Guidelines of Government of India websites, which was brought out by the Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances in January 2009. This document recommends policies and guidelines for Indian government websites and portals, at any organizational level and belonging to central government as well as state UT governments including district administrations to village panchayats for making Indian government websites citizen-centric and visitor-friendly. Compliance with these guidelines will ensure a high degree of consistency and uniformity in the content coverage and presentation and further promote excellence in Indian government web space. These guidelines also address common policy issues and practical challenges that government departments face during development and management of their websites. The guidelines aim at assisting the departments to ensure that their website conforms to a consistently high standard. This is expected to enhance trust level of the citizens while accessing government information and availing service online. 3. Chapter 2. Definitions. 1. Definitions. The definitions of some of the terms used in the manual are: 1. Appendix to correspondence in relation to a file. Lengthy enclosures to a communication, whether receipt or issue on the file, inclusion of which in the correspondence portion is likely to obstruct smooth reading of the correspondence or make the correspondence portion unwieldy. 2. Appendix to notes in relation to a file. A lengthy summary or statement containing detailed information concerning certain aspects of the question discussed on the file, incorporation of which in the main note is likely to obscure the main point or make the main note unnecessarily lengthy. 3. Branch, the unit of a division and may comprise a couple of sections, units, cells. 4. Branch officer, for a section, the officer who is directly above the section in the line of control for execution of work. 5. Case, a current file or a receipt together with other related papers, if any. 6. Central issue section, the unit within a department responsible for typing of drafts, comparing of fair copies, preparation of pads for signature and dispatch of communication to the addressees and includes functionaries like resident clerk and night duty clerk. In departments where centralized typing pool does not exist in central issue section, the section will be responsible only for dispatch of signed communications to the addressees. 7. Central receipt and issue section, a unit within a department consisting of the central registry and the central issue section. 8. Central registry, a unit within a department charged with the responsibilities of inter alia receiving, registering and distributing documents for that department and includes functionaries like resident clerk and night duty clerk, dispatch riders etc. 9. Classified DAC, DAC bearing a security grading. 10. Citizens Clients Charter, document which represents a systematic effort to focus on the commitment of the organization towards the citizens' clients in respect of standard of services, information, choice and consultation, non-discrimination and accessibility, grievances redress, courtesy and value for money. This also includes expectations of the organization from the citizen client for fulfilling the commitment of the organization. 11. Comeback case, case received back for further action such as re-examination or preparing a draft or summary of the case. 4. 12. Correspondence portion, the portion of file containing receipts and office copies of the communications issued from the file including self-contained interdepartmental notes but excluding those recorded on the notes portion of the file itself. 13. Central registry No. The serial number assigned by the central registry to DAC in the DAC register preceded by the code letter identifying the register. 14. Current file, means a file action on which has not been completed. 15. DAC, every type of written communication such as letter, telegram, interdepartmental note, file, fax, email, wireless message which is received, whether by post or otherwise, in any department for its consideration. 16. Dealing hand, any functionary such as a lower upper division clerk, an assistant entrusted with initial examination and noting upon cases. 17. Department, any of the ministries, departments, secretariats and offices mentioned in the first schedule to the Government of India Allocation of Business Rules, 1961, as amended from time to time. 18. Departmental index, a consolidated index of files opened by different sections of a department during a calendar year except those of a classified nature or those proposed to be retained for less than 10 years arranged in a single series in the alphabetical order of the catchwords under which they have been indexed. The catchwords are followed further by the rest of the subject and the file number. 19. Departmental instructions, instructions issued by a department to supplement or vary the provisions of the Manual of Office Procedure. 20. Departmental Record Officer DRO, the officer nominated by the Records Creating Agency under the Public Records Act, 1993 and rules made thereunder for overall records management. 21. Desk, an officer-oriented work unit within a department with a specific task assigned to it. 22. Desk functionary, an officer assigned a well-defined sub-function or activity in the charge of desk. 23. Designated section for handling the work of internal work study. 24. Diarist, a clerk within a section charged with the responsibility inter alia of maintaining the section diary. 25. Diarizing, registration of receipts in the computer or section diary as well as in the diary register with the personal staff of officers. 26. Diary number, the serial number assigned to a receipt in the section diary personal staff of officers followed by code letters identifying the section diary, H, for section diary for Hindi receipt and O, for section diary for other receipts officer's designation, the year and the abbreviated symbol of the section e.g., 205 H 2010 O&M or 123 ODS O&M 2010. 27th Division, a unit of a wing within a department. A division may comprise a number of branches. 5. 28. Docketing, making of entries in the notes portion of a file about the serial number assigned to each item of correspondence whether receipt or issue for its identification. 29. File, a collection of papers on a specific subject matter, assigned a file number and consisting of one or more of the following parts. A. Notes. B. Correspondence. C. Appendix to notes. And D. Appendix to correspondence. 30. Final disposal of a case under consideration, completion of all action thereon culminating, where necessary, in the issue of final orders or final reply to the party from which the original communication emanated. 31. Fresh receipt FR, any subsequent receipt on a case which brings in additional information to aid the disposal of a paper under consideration. 32. Indexing of a file indicating its title under appropriate catchwords arranged in their alphabetical order followed by the rest of the words and the file number to facilitate its retrieval. 33. Index slip, a card or a paper slip displaying the title of file under a catchword followed by the subject and its file number. 34. Information and Facilitation Counter IFC, a facilitation counter, normally set up outside the security zone of ministries, departments, organizations to provide information to the citizens' clients about the programs, schemes, status of cases, applications, etc. IFCs are also called, May I Help You, or Help Counters in certain organizations. 35. Issue, a communication issued in a case. 36. Issue of fair communication, includes all stages of action after the approval of a draft ending with dispatch of the signed communication to the addressee, e.g., fair typing, comparing, attaching enclosures, preparing pads for signature, preparing covers, making entries in the dispatch registers and messenger books, affixing stamps where necessary. 37. Messenger book, a record, maintained in form, of particulars of dispatch of non-postal communications and their receipt by the addressees. 38. Minute, a note recorded by the President, the Vice President, the Prime Minister or a Minister. 39. Night duty clerk, a clerk on duty outside office hours who performs the functions of the Central Receipt and Issue section during such hours. The term includes resident clerk also. 40. Note, the remarks recorded on a case to facilitate its disposal. It includes a summary of previous papers, a statement or an analysis of the questions requiring decision, indication of the rules precedent resource position, suggestions regarding the course of action and final orders passed thereon. 41. Notes portion, of a file, the portion containing notes or minutes recorded on a case. 42. Nodal ministry department, one which is primarily concerned with a specific subject allocated to it under the Government of India allocation of business rules and interacts with all other ministries departments to ensure uniformity in handling it. 6. 43. Ordinary postal dark for which no specific acknowledgement is obtained by the post officers. 44. Parliamentary matters, this includes parliament questions, bills, resolutions, motions, assurances, etc. The procedure for handling these matters has been laid down in detail in the Manual for Handling of Parliament Matters published by the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs. 45. Paper under consideration PUC. A receipt pertaining to a case, the consideration of which is the subject matter of the case. 46. Personal staff members, staff officer, senior principal private secretary, private secretary, personal assistant, stenographer, assistant, clerk or any other clerical staff appointed to assist the functionary as well as the personal section of a minister. 47. Postal communication, a communication dispatched by post courier and includes telegrams. 48. Postal dark, courier dark, all dark received through post officers' couriers. 49. Receipt, dark after it has been received by the concerned section officer. 50. Record, information preserved in a physical medium, something set down in writing or other permanent form for future reference. 51. Record clerk, a clerk in a section responsible inter alia for typing and maintaining index slips and for looking after routine aspects of recording work. 52. Recording, the process of closing a file after action on all the issues considered thereon has been completed. It includes operations like completing references, removing routine papers, revising the file title, changing the file cover, recording rulings if any in the precedent book, categorizing the file, indicating the retention period and stitching the file. 53. Reference folder, on a particular subject, a folder containing copies of relevant rules, orders, instructions, etc. Arranged in chronological order for ready reference. 54. Routine note, a note of a temporary value or ephemeral importance so captioned and recorded outside the file, e.g., a record of casual discussion or a note on a point of secondary importance intended to facilitate consideration of the case by higher officers. 55. Running summary of facts of a case, a summary of the facts of the case updated from time to time to incorporate significant developments as and when they take place. This may be termed self-contained note if it figures in the notes portion of the file. It is placed below the notes portion to avoid repeated recapitulation of the case through self-contained notes. 56. Secretariat officers, officers responsible for formulation of the policies of the government and also for the execution, monitoring and review of those policies. 57th section, the basic work unit within a department, responsible for attending to items of work allotted to it. It is generally headed by a section officer and includes cell, unit 7. and other like terms. 58. Sectional note, a note recorded on only one of the many issues raised in the PAC. 59th Section officer, an officer supervising a section and includes functionaries like superintendent and assistant in charge. 60. Security grading, security marking of classified documents as restricted, confidential, secret, or top secret. 61. Standing guard file, on a subject compilation consisting of the following three parts. A running summary of the principles and policy relating to the subject with number and date of relevant decisions orders quoted in margin against each. B. Copies of the decisions or orders referred to, arranged in chronological order. And C. Model forms of communications to be used at different stages. 62. Standing note, in relation to a subject, a continuing note explaining, among other things, the history and development of the policy, procedure and the latest position designed to serve as A complete background material for review of the existing policy or procedure. B. A brief for preparing replies to Parliament questions or notes for supplementaries thereto. And C. Induction or training material. 63. Standard process sheet, a standard skeleton note developed for a repetitive item of work, indicating predetermined points of check or aspects to be noted upon. It makes noting brief and precise. 64. Urgent dark marked, immediate, or priority, and includes telegrams, wireless messages, telex messages, fax, email, court-cat RTI cases, parliament matters etc. 65. Wing, a unit of the department and may comprise of a number of divisions. 8. Chapter 3. Machinery of the government. 2. The President, the executive power of the Union formally vests in the President and may be exercised by him either directly or through officers subordinate to him, in accordance with the Constitution. 3. The Council of Ministers. 1. In the exercise of his functions, the President is aided and advised by a Council of Ministers headed by the Prime Minister. In actual practice, the executive power of the Union resides in the Council of Ministers. 2. The Council of Ministers consists of three categories of ministers, namely, A. Cabinet Ministers, B. Ministers of State, and C. Deputy Ministers. 3. The Cabinet, which consists of ministers of the first category only, is responsible for shaping the overall policies of the government in discharging its responsibilities. It sometimes functions through its committees. 4. Transaction of government business. 1. Among the rules issued by the President for the convenient transaction of the business of the government, under Article 77(3) of the Constitution, are A. The Government of India Allocation of Business Rules, 1961 as amended from time to time. And B. The Government of India Transaction of Business Rules, 1961 as amended from time to time. 2. The allocation of business rules allocates the business of the government among its different departments which are assigned to the charge of the ministers by the President on the advice of the Prime Minister. In relation to the business allotted to a minister, these rules also permit the association of another minister or deputy minister to perform such functions as may be specifically assigned to him. A minister without portfolio may be in charge of a specific subject of great importance. 3. The transaction of business rules seeks to define the authority, responsibility and obligations of each department in the matter of disposal of business allotted to it, while providing that the business allotted to a department will be disposed of by, or under the direction of, the minister in charge. These rules also specify a. Cases or classes of cases to be submitted to the President, the Prime Minister, the Cabinet or its committees for prior approval. And b. The circumstances in which the department primarily concerned with the business under disposal will have to consult other departments concerned and secure their concurrence before taking final decisions. 9. The details of allocation of business rules and transaction of business rules are available on the website of the Cabinet Secretariat www.cabsec. NIC. In. 5. Department 1. A department is responsible for formulation of policies of the government in relation to business allocated to it and also for the execution, monitoring and review of those policies. 2. For the efficient disposal of business allotted to it, a department is divided into wings, divisions, branches and sections, units, cells. 3. A department is normally headed by a secretary to the Government of India who acts as the administrative head of the department and principal advisor of the minister on all matters of policy and administration within the department. 4. The work in a department is normally divided into wings with a special secretary, additional secretary, joint secretary in charge of each wing. Such a functionary is normally vested with the maximum measure of independent functioning and responsibility in respect of the business falling within his wing, subject to the overall responsibility of the secretary for the administration of the department as a whole. 5. A wing normally comprises a number of divisions, each functioning under the charge of an officer of the level of director, joint director, deputy secretary. A division may have several branches, each under the charge of an under-secretary or equivalent officer. 6. A section is generally the lowest organizational unit in a department with a well-defined area of work. It normally consists of assistants, technical staff such as investigators, research assistants, technical assistants, data entry operators etc., and clerks supervised by a section officer. Initial handling of cases including noting and drafting is generally done by assistants and aforementioned staff who are also known as the dealing hands. 7. While the above represents the commonly adopted pattern of organization of a department, there are certain variations, the most notable among them being the desk officer system. In this system, the work of a department at the lowest level is organized into distinct functional desks, each manned by 2 desk functionaries of appropriate ranks, e.g. under secretary or section officer. Each desk functionary handles the cases himself and is provided adequate stenographic and clerical assistance. 8. The other notable variation is the integrated headquarters of Ministry of Defence where, the Vice Chiefs of Staff, the principal staff officers of the concerned branches and other appropriate authorities, exercise the powers delegated by the Raksha Mantri through various branches and directorates of integrated headquarters of the Ministry of Defence. 9. Functions of various levels of functionaries. A. Secretary. A secretary to the Government of India is the administrative head of the ministry or department. He is principal advisor of the minister on all matters of policy and the administration within his/her ministry department, and his responsibility is complete and undivided. B. Special Secretary, Additional Secretary, Joint Secretary. When the volume of work in a ministry department exceeds the manageable charge of a secretary, one or more wings may be established with Special Secretary, Additional Secretary, Joint Secretary, in charge of each wing. Such a functionary is entrusted with the maximum measure of independent functioning and responsibility in respect of all business falling within his wing, subject to the general responsibility of the secretary for the administration of the wing as a whole. C. Director Deputy Secretary. Director Deputy Secretary is an officer who acts on behalf of the secretary. He holds charge of a secretariat division and is responsible for the disposal of government business dealt with in the division under his charge. He should not only provide able leadership but also ordinarily dispose of the majority 10 of cases coming up to him on his own. He should use his discretion in seeking orders of the Joint Secretary on important issues either orally or by submission of papers. D. Undersecretary. An undersecretary is in charge of the branch in a ministry department consisting of 2 or more sections and in respect thereto exercises control both in regard to the disposal of business and maintenance of discipline. Work comes to him from the sections under his charge. As branch officer, he provides the necessary leadership to the sections under his control. He disposes of as many cases as possible at his own level, but he takes the orders of deputy secretary or higher officers on important cases. A. Section officer. A. General duties. A. Distribution of work among the staff as evenly as possible. E. Training, helping and advising the staff. E. Management and coordination of the work. IV. Maintenance of order and discipline in the section. V. Maintenance of a list of residential addresses and contact phone numbers of the staff. B. Responsibilities relating to DAC. I. To go through the receipts. E. To submit receipts which should be seen by the branch officer or higher officers at the DAC stage. E. To keep a watch on any hold-up in the movement of DAC. And IV. To scrutinize the section diary once a week to ensure that it is being properly maintained. C. Responsibilities relating to issue of draft. I. To see that all corrections have been made in the draft before it is marked for issue. E. To indicate whether a clean copy of the draft is necessary. E. To indicate the number of spare copies required. IV. To check whether all enclosures are attached. V. To indicate priority marking. V. To indicate mode of dispatch. V. To see that the telephone number, fax number and email address of the signing authority have been indicated below the signature. D. Responsibility of efficient and expeditious disposal of work and checks on delays. I. To keep note of important receipts with a view to watching the progress of action. E. To ensure timely submission of arrear and other returns. 11. E. To undertake inspection of dealing hands table to ensure that no paper or file has been overlooked. IV. To ensure that cases are not held up at any stage. V. To go through the list of periodical returns every week and take suitable action on items requiring attention during next week. A. Independent disposal of cases. He should take action independently on the following: I. Issuing acknowledgements, reminders and other routine communications. E. Obtaining or supplying factual, statistical information of a non-classified nature. E. Any other action which a section officer is authorized to take independently. F. Duties in respect of recording and indexing. I. To approve the recording of files and their classification. E. To review the recorded files before reading. E. To order and supervise periodic reading of unwanted spare copies. IV. Ensuring proper maintenance of registers required to be maintained in the section. V. Ensuring proper maintenance of reference books, folders of office orders etc. and keep them up to date. V. Ensuring neatness and tidiness in the section. V. Dealing with important and complicated cases himself. V. Ensuring strict compliance with departmental security instructions. F. Assistants and upper division clerks. They are 2 separate categories of dealing hands, which work under the orders and supervision of the section officer and are responsible for the work entrusted to them. Where the line of action on a case is clear or clear instructions have been given by the branch officer or higher officers, he should put up a draft without much noting. In other cases, he will put up a note keeping in view the following points: I. To see whether all facts open to check have been correctly stated. E. To point out any mistakes or incorrect statement of the facts. E. To draw attention, where necessary, to precedents or rules and regulations on the subject. IV. To put up guard file, etc. if necessary, and supply other relevant facts and figures. V. To bring out clearly the questions under consideration and suggest a course of action wherever possible. G. Personal staff members of officers. PSMs. Staff officer, senior principal, private secretary, private secretary, personal assistant, stenographer. He will keep the officer free from routine nature of work by mailing correspondence, filing papers, making appointments, arranging meeting and collecting information so as to give the officer more time to devote himself to the work in which he 12 is specialized. The personal assistant will maintain the confidentiality and secrecy of confidential and secret papers entrusted to him. He will exercise his skill in human relations and be cordial with the persons who come in contact with his boss officially or who are helpful to his boss or who have dealings with the boss as professional persons. Some of the more specific functions are enumerated below. A. Taking dictation in shorthand and its transcription in the best possible manner. E. Fixing up appointments and if necessary cancelling them. E. Screening the telephone calls and the visitors in a tactful manner. IV. Keeping an accurate list of engagements, meetings, etc. and reminding the officer sufficiently in advance for keeping them up. Week maintaining, in proper order, the papers required to be retained by the officer. Week keeping a note of the movement of all incoming and outgoing papers, files, etc. Week destroying by burning the stenographic record of the confidential and secret letters after they have been typed and issued. We carrying out corrections to the officer's reference books and making fair copies of draft demi-official letters to be signed by the officer. During the office hours they can take the assistance of the source where the draft has been typed. X. Generally assisting the officer in such a manner as he may direct. H. Lower division clerks. Lower division clerks are ordinarily entrusted with work of routine nature, e.g. registration of DAC, maintenance of section diary, file register, file movement register, indexing and recording, typing, comparing, photocopying, faxing, emailing, etc. Dispatch, preparation of arrears and other statements, supervision of correction of reference books and submission of routine and simple drafts, etc. 6.1 Integrated Headquarters of Ministry of Defense. Integrated Headquarters of Ministry of Defense comprising Army Headquarters, Naval Headquarters, Air Headquarters and Defense Staff Headquarters will be associated in the formulation of policies in relation to matters concerning the defense of India and the armed forces of the Union. They would be responsible for providing executive direction required in the implementation of policies laid down by the Ministry of Defense. They shall exercise delegated administrative and financial powers. The role and functions of the services headquarters designated as integrated headquarters in all other respects remain unchanged. 6.2 Attached and subordinate officers. 1. Where the execution of the policies of the government requires decentralization of executive action and/or direction, a department may have under it executive agencies called attached and subordinate officers. 2. Attached officers are generally responsible for providing detailed executive direction required in the implementation of the policies laid down by the department to which they are attached. They also serve as a repository of technical information and advise the department on technical aspects of questions dealt with by them. 3. Subordinate officers generally function as field establishments or as agencies responsible for the detailed execution of the policies of the government. They function under the direction of an attached office, or where the volume of executive direction involved is not 13. Considerable, directly under a department. In the later case, they assist the departments concerned in handling technical matters in their respective fields of specialization. 7. Constitutional bodies, such bodies which are constituted under the provisions of the Constitution of India. 8. Statutory bodies, such bodies which are established under the statute or an act of Parliament. 9. Autonomous bodies, such bodies which are established by the government to discharge the activities which are related to governmental functions, although such bodies are given autonomy to discharge their functions in accordance with the Memorandum of Associations, etc. But the government's control exists since these are funded by the Government of India. 10. Public sector undertakings. Public sector undertaking is that part of the industry which is controlled fully or partly by the government. These undertakings have been set up in the form of companies or corporations in which the shares are held by the president or his nominees and which are managed by board of directors, which includes officials and non-officials. 11. Information and Facilitation Counters (IFCs). The Information and Facilitation Counter will provide the following services to the clients, customers of the organization. 1. Information regarding services provided and programs, schemes, etc. Supported by the organization and the relevant rules and procedures, through brochures, folders, etc. 2. Facilitating the customer-client to obtain the services of the organization optimally, timely, efficiently and in a transparent manner, and providing forms etc. for public usage. 3. Information regarding the standards of quality of service, time norms, etc. evolved by the organization with reference to the services, schemes, functioning of the organization. 4. Information regarding hierarchical setup of public grievances redress machinery of the organization. And 5. Receiving, acknowledging and forwarding the grievances, application, request form etc. related to the services provided by the organization to the concerned authority in the organization and providing information on their status disposal. Asterisk 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 14. Chapter IV DAC Receipt, Registration and Distribution. 12. Receipt of DAC. 1a. During office hours, the entire DAC of the department, including that addressed to ministers, officers by name, will be received in the Central Registry Information Facilitation Counter. Where, however, immediate important DAC addressed to ministers' officers by name is sent through special messenger directly to the addressees themselves, it will be received by them or their personal staff. B. In case an officer is on long leave, has retired or left the office after completion of his tenure, the incumbent or the personal staff concerned or the officer just below the concerned officer dealing with the subject will receive the immediate important references, except confidential letters. In case none of the above-mentioned officers is in position, the central registry will receive such letters. In no case immediate important letters should be undelivered or returned. 2. Outside the office hours, DAC will be received by the addressee himself at his residence if marked, immediate, and addressed by name. In such cases, the officer will normally be informed in advance over telephone about the DAC being delivered at his residence. In all other cases, DAC will be received, outside office hours by A. the night duty clerk of the department concerned. Or B. where no such arrangements exist, by the officer designated by the department concerned to receive such DAC. 3. Communication received through emails in the department will be downloaded centrally in the computer center of the department by a designated person, who will forward the same to the central registry. Such communications addressed to ministers' officers will be downloaded by them or their personal staff. 4. Communication received through fax should be immediately photocopied as the text of the fax message fades with the passage of time. 13. Acknowledgement of DAC, the receipt of DAC, except ordinary postal DAC, will be acknowledged by the recipient signing his name in full and in ink with date and designation. As far as possible, emails received should be acknowledged and responded through email. 14. Registration of DAC. 1. Urgent DAC will be separated from other DAC and dealt with first. 2. All covers, except those addressed to ministers' officers by name or those bearing a security grading, will be opened by the central registry. 3. On opening DAC, the central registry IFC will check enclosures and make a note of any item found missing. 15. 4. All opened DAC, as well as the covers of unopened classified DAC, will be date-stamped with a specimen as under. Ministry Department of. Received on. CRIFC number. Section diary number. 5. The entire DAC will be sorted out section-wise and officer-wise if addressed by name. To facilitate this, the central registry will keep a list refer para 92 showing the up-to-date allocation of the subjects to various sections. 6. The following categories of DAC will be registered by the central registry IFC in the DAC register Appendix I. A. Telegrams, wireless messages, fax messages, telex messages and email messages received from the computer center. B. Registered postal DAC. C. Interdepartmental files. D. Court cat summons etc. and receipts enclosing valuable documents, e.g. service books, agreements, etc. A. Parliament questions, resolutions, cut motions and references seeking information relating to them. F. Unopened inner covers containing classified DAC. G. Letters from members of Parliament. H. Any other category covered by departmental instructions. And I. Envelopes received without contents or with material not marked to any officer will be registered with necessary comments in the remarks column of DAC register. 7th. The central registry, IFC will maintain one or more DAC registers or computers as may be found convenient. In no case, however, will a single register computer be operated upon by 2 or more clerks. Where more than one DAC register is maintained, each register will be identified with an alphabetical code letter, A, B, C, and so on. 8. The CRIFC number assigned to DAC, manually in the DAC register or through the computer, will be indicated on the DAC in the appropriate place in the stamp affixed on it. 9. DAC received may, however, be registered in the computer wherever such a facility is available in Central Registry IFC. In that case, DAC register and invoice register need not be maintained manually. 15. Distribution of DAC. 1. The Central Registry IFC will prepare an invoice Appendix 2 separately for each section to which the DAC is to be distributed. The DAC, along with invoice, will be sent to the section concerned and acknowledged by the diarist. The invoice, duly signed, will then be returned to the Central Registry IFC, where it will be filed section-wise and date-wise. 16. In case the DAC is registered through computer, section-wise and date-wise report will be generated by computer. 2. Alternatively, DAC may be distributed and acknowledgement obtained in messenger books or DAC register maintained section-wise. 3. The above procedure will also apply to the DAC meant for ministers' officers, which will be acknowledged by their personal staff. 4. Urgent DAC will be distributed as and when received. Other DAC may be distributed at suitable intervals, i.e. 11 am, 2 pm and 4 pm. Such part of the ordinary DAC as is received too late to be included in the last daily round, will be kept ready for distribution early next day. The official in charge of the central registry will ensure that, as far as possible, sorting, registration and invoicing of DAC is completed on the day of its receipt. B. That to the extent which the above work cannot be completed during the day, and without prejudice to the processing of urgent DAC, the night duty staff attends to it. And C. That the total number of receipts pending at the end of the day for sorting, registration and invoicing are noted in a register and the full signatures of the night duty staff are obtained on it in token of their having taken custody of these. 5. Urgent DAC received outside office hours will be sent to the sections concerned if there is staff on duty. In other cases, such DAC will be dealt with in accordance with the instructions issued by the department concerned. 17. Chapter V. Receipts, Submission and DIARIZATION. 16. Perusal and marking of receipts. The diarist will submit all receipts to the section officer who will 1. Go through the receipts. 2. Forward the misdirected receipts to the sections concerned. 3. Separate those which, either under the departmental instructions or in his discretion, should be seen by higher officers before those are processed and mark those to such officers. 4. Mark to himself such of the remaining receipts as are of a difficult nature or present any special features requiring his personal attention. 5. Mark other receipts to the dealing hands concerned, and where necessary, indicate urgency grading, deadline and give directions regarding line of action. 6. Keep a note in his diary of important receipts requiring prompt action or disposal by a specified date. And 7. Submit the case to the officer who last noted on it, if it is one returned by another ministry department. 17. Diarizing of receipt in sections. 1. Each section will maintain a section diary Appendix 3. Devanagari script will be used for diarizing Hindi receipts. 2. The diarist will diarize in the section diary Appendix 3 all receipts except the following before these are submitted to the officers concerned or distributed amongst the dealing hands. A. Receipts which, as a class, are adequately taken care of by a register specially devised for the purpose, e.g. telephone bills which are entered in telephone register. B. Receipts which have already been diarized in computer. C. Communications received from members of parliament for which a separate register is maintained for watching their disposal vide para 127. D. Unsigned communications except email on which no instructions have been recorded by officers and on which no action is to be taken. E. Identical copies of representations, except the one received first. F. Post copies of telegrams, unless they contain additional information. 18. G. Petty contingent vouchers such as those relating to night duty or overtime claims of the staff, claims for coolie hire or conveyance hire, chits asking for articles of furniture, stationery, etc. H. Routine acknowledgements. I. Casual leave applications. J. Copies of miscellaneous circulars, office memoranda, extracts, etc. Circulated by any section for general information, e.g. orders of general application, telephone lists, notices of holidays, tour programs, etc. And K. Any other types of receipts which under departmental instructions are not required to be diarized. 3. Interdepartmental notes, telegrams or any other category of receipts sought to be distinguished from the rest, may be entered in the section diary in red ink. 4. Receipts redirected to other sections will also be diarized. 5. Papers referred to another department will be diarized each time they are received back. For those referred under diary numbers, however, previous and later entries in the diary will be linked by giving the earlier and the later diary numbers against each entry. 6. If a receipt is diarized after a lapse of more than 15 days from the date it bears, the entry date in column 3 of the section diary will be circled in red ink. 7. The diary number of a receipt will be indicated in the space provided for the purpose in the stamp affixed by the central registry vide para 14.4. 8. The section officer will scrutinize the section diaries once a week to see that these are being properly maintained and append his dated initials in token of scrutiny. 9. Under the computerized environment also the format of the diary register will be as in Appendix 3. A single diary number will be generated irrespective of where a receipt is diarized. All exclusions mentioned in sub-para 2 above would be applicable. Appropriate codes in remarks column would indicate the different categories of receipts as well as redirected receipts or receipts diarized after lapse of more than 15 days from the date it bears, as mentioned in earlier subparas. Papers received back from other departments will be diarized and will be linked with previous diary numbers so that these can be easily traced electronically. The diary number will be indicated on the receipt as in the manual system. The section officer will generate a status report of the receipts from computer every week to ensure proper monitoring. 18. Diarizing of receipts addressed to officers. 1. The personal staff of officers of the rank of Deputy Secretary and above will diarize receipts addressed to their officers in respect of personal section diary. Envelopes received without contents or with material not marked to any officer should also be diarized. Appendix 4 with necessary comments. 2. No receipt will be diarized more than twice including once in the section. A communication once diarized above the section level will not be diarized a second time till it reaches the section, where it will be diarized in the section diary. For example, a communication received by the minister and diarized by his personal staff need not be diarized at the level of secretary, special secretary, additional secretary, joint secretary, director, deputy secretary, etc. 19. 3. In the computerized diary system, no receipt will be diarized more than once. For receipts addressed to officers, diarizing will be done by their personal staff. For receipts received in the central registry, it will be done by the data entry operator and after office hours by the night duty clerk proficient in computer operation. The DAC will also be scanned at the initial source. 19. Movement of receipts. 1. Receipts submitted to officers will move in pads conspicuously labeled as Receipts Pad. Their movement and perusal will receive prompt attention. 2. The section officer will keep a careful watch on any hold-up in the movement of receipts. The diarist will bring to his notice any receipt which is not received back from officers within 1 working day. 20. Action by higher officers. Officers to whom receipts are submitted will 1. Go through the receipts and initial them. 2. Remove receipts which they may like to dispose of without assistance from section or to submit to higher officers. 3. Enter the diary numbers of the receipts removed with a subpara 2 above on the movement slip Appendix 5. 4. Where necessary, give directions regarding line of action to be taken on other receipts. And 5. Return the receipts together with movement slip, if any, to the section officer for action in terms of paras 16.4 and 16.5 above. 21. Allocation of disputed receipts. If a section feels that it is not concerned with a misdirected receipt forwarded to it with a para 16.2, the same should be brought to the notice of the officer designated by the department for deciding allocation of disputed receipt. 20. Chapter V. Action on receipts. 22. General principles. Action on receipts will be so organized that it results in speedy and correct decision-making process. All records creating agencies will use good quality paper is 1774-1986 Type 2 Grade 2 and ink is 1581-1950 as prescribed by the Bureau of Indian Standards while transacting official business so as to ensure longevity of records and easy retrieval of information. While the detailed drill to be followed is given in the succeeding paragraphs, certain general principles to be observed in this regard are given below. 1. An officer will himself initiate action on as many receipts as possible, keeping in view the priority requirements. 2. Number of levels at which a case is examined will be reduced to the minimum. 3. Paperwork will be kept at an essential minimum. 4. Least possible time will be taken for examination and disposal of cases. 5. While disposing of cases, an officer will aim at optimizing the quality as well as the quantity of work performed by him. 6. Simplified and pre-structured formats will be devised for processing routine i.e. repetitive cases. Simplified formats should also be devised for the benefit of the citizen in his interaction with the officers. 23. Action by dealing hand. The dealing hand will 1. Go through the receipts and separate urgent receipts from the rest. 2. Enter the receipts in the assistant's diary Appendix 6. It is not necessary to maintain this diary separately in a computerized environment, as the system can generate information through query. 3. Deal with the urgent receipts first. Code indicating the priority may be given in a computerized environment. 4. Check enclosures and if any found missing, initiate prompt action to obtain it. 5. See whether any other section is concerned with any part or aspect of a receipt and if so, send copies or relevant extracts to that section for necessary action. 6. Bring the receipt onto a current file if one already exists, or open a new file as per paras 94 and 95. Indicate file No. in column 4 of the assistant's diary. If the current file is under submission, a part file will be opened, which will be subsequently merged with the main 21. Warned by the dealing assistant when he accesses both. In a computerized environment, the relevant file number, whether of existing file or a new file, should be indicated in the relevant column in the diary register itself. 7. File papers in accordance with para 41. 8. Assign the receipt page number S and a serial number in terms of paras 43.1 and 43.2. 9. Docket the receipt and reproduce on the notes portion of the file remarks, if any, recorded by an officer on the receipt. 10. With the help of file registers para 97 and appendix 22 indices, precedent book para 110 and appendix 27 standing guard files para 35 reference folders para 35 etc. Locate and collect other files or papers, if any, referred to in the receipt, or having a bearing on the issues raised therein. 11. Identify and examine the issues involved in the case and record a functional note with instructions in paras 25, 32 and 34. 12. Arrange papers and reference them in the case properly with paras 42 to 44. 13. When necessary, attach a label indicating the urgency grading appropriate to the case with para 45. 14. Put up the case to the appropriate higher officer. And 15. Indicate the date of submission in column 5 of the assistant's diary. In the computerized diary system, indicate the details of submission at the appropriate column. 24. Action by section officer. 1. The section officer will scrutinize the note of the dealing hand. B. Finally dispose of routine cases. C. Take intermediate routine action. D. Record, where necessary, a note setting out his own comments or suggestions. And E. Submit the case to the appropriate higher officer. F. In computerized environment, also make a suitable entry in the electronic diary register. 2. What constitutes routine cases or intermediate routine action in terms of B and C above will be specified by each department in its departmental instructions. 25. Examination by section. When the line of action on a receipt is obvious or is based on a clear precedent or practice, or has been indicated by a higher officer, and the communication has to issue a draft fair communication for approval, signature will be put up without any elaborate note. In other cases, the section, while putting up a case, will 22. 1. See whether all the statements, so far as they are open to check, are correct. 2. Point out mistakes, incorrect statements, missing data or information, if any. 3. Draw attention, if necessary, to the statutory or customary procedure and point out the relevant law and rules. 4. Furnish other relevant data or information available in the department, if any. 5. State the questions for consideration and bring out clearly the points requiring decision. 6. Draw attention to precedents. 7. Evaluate relevant data and information. And 8. Suggest, where possible, alternative courses of action for consideration. 26. Standard process sheets for dealing with cases of repetitive nature, e.g. sanctioning of leave, GPF advances, HBA, forwarding or processing of numerous applications, etc. Standard process sheets will be devised by the respective ministries' departments and will be prescribed through departmental instructions. No notes will be recorded in such cases. Standard process sheets will also be maintained in electronic form in a computerized environment. 27. Level of disposal and channel of submission. 1. Each ministry department should lay down a detailed scheme of delegation at all levels so that the decision-making takes place at the most appropriate level. This delegation should be arrived at on the basis of an analysis of the activities and functions of the ministry department and the type of decisions that these entail, which should be dovetailed with the decision-making units identified in the ministry department. 2. The scheme of delegation should be updated periodically and should also be audited at regular intervals. This audit should ensure that the delegated authority is actually exercised by the delegatee. The scheme of delegation should be placed in the public domain. 3. The number of levels through which a file passes for a decision should not exceed 3. A. In cases where the minister's approval is required, the file should be initiated by the Deputy Secretary Director concerned and should be moved through Joint Secretary or Additional Secretary, Special Secretary and the Secretary or Special Secretary to the Minister. B. Cases requiring approval of the Secretary should go through just 2 levels, e.g. either US&DS Director or US&JS a DS Director and JS. C. Cases requiring approval of the JS Director DS should come through just 1 level. The exact combination of levels should be spelt out in the scheme of delegation by each ministry department. 4. For addressing cross-cutting issues, the Secretary of the concerned department should have the flexibility to create interdisciplinary teams. 5. A desk officer will submit cases direct to Deputy Secretary, a director who in turn would submit it to the Joint Secretary, Additional Secretary. 23. 6. A Joint Secretary can submit cases directly to Secretary Minister and not necessarily through the Additional Secretary. 7. Additional Secretaries in large ministries should be allowed to function independently in day-to-day administrative and functional matters. In matters requiring orders of the minister, other than those relating to policy-important cases, Additional Secretary can submit files directly to the minister. 8. In ministries departments with a Special Secretary and Secretary, there should be a clear delegation of authority to the Special Secretary so that in most matters he can function independently. 9. Wherever level jumping is done in respect of any category of cases, each such case on its return will pass through all the levels jumped over, who in suitable cases could resubmit the cases for reconsideration. 10. In a computerized environment, the system will provide scope for level jumping. 28. Direct submission of cases by senior assistants. 1. An assistant in a conventional section who has more than 5 years service in the grade including at least 6 months in the section concerned may be required to submit all his cases direct to the branch officer. In appropriate cases, assistants with less than 5 years service in the grade may also be permitted to submit cases direct to branch officer. 2. All the cases directly submitted by assistants to the branch officer will as a rule go back to the assistants through the section officer. The section officer will be free to bring to the notice of the branch officer any omission of flaws in the submission of cases or the decisions taken and thus give an opportunity to the branch officer to reconsider the matter. 29. Examination by officer. 1. An officer will regularly discuss with and guide his staff to decide the course of action to be taken on various cases. Normally a single note will be put up to the decision-making level after the line of action is decided. 2. For dealing with important problem-solving issues, the technique of writing a self-contained note may be used. This involves entrusting an officer or a group of officers with preparing a comprehensive note which will be put up straight to the decision-making level. The note will contain the background of the problem, issues arising out of its precedents, if any, analysis of all relevant facts, and recommendations. 30. Deviation from normal procedures or rules. In every case where a major or minor infraction, other than trivial, of the existing procedures or rules, is sought to be made, it shall be the responsibility of the decision-making authority to ensure that reasons are recorded in writing, justifying such a deviation from the rules or procedures. 31. Running summary of facts. To facilitate consideration and obviate repeated recapitulation of consecutive noting, a running summary of facts will be prepared and placed on the file in a separate folder labeled as such in every case in which it is evident that such a summary would contribute to its speedy disposal. This summary will also include the advice or views of other departments consulted in the matter but not opinions of individual officers within a department. It should be kept up to date, incorporating changes whenever further developments take place. Running summary of facts will also be maintained in electronic form in a computerized environment. It is essential in long-drawn cases calling for consideration at senior levels from time to time. 24. 32. Guidelines for noting. 1. All notes will be concise and to the point. Lengthy notes are to be avoided by shifting bulk of material to statements placed below. 2. The verbatim reproduction of extracts from or paraphrasing of the paper under consideration, fresh receipt, or any other part of correspondence or notes on the same file, should not be attempted. 3. When passing orders or making suggestions, an officer will confine his note to the actual points he proposes to make without reiterating the ground already covered in the previous notes. If he agrees to the line of action suggested in the preceding note, he will merely append his signature. 4. Any officer who has to note upon a file on which a running summary of facts is available will, in drawing attention to the facts of the case, refer to the appropriate part of the summary without repeating it in his own note. 5. Relevant extracts of a rule or instruction will be placed on the file and attention to it will be drawn in the note with proper referencing, rather than reproducing the relevant provisions in the note. 6. Unless a running summary of facts is already available on the file or the last note on the file itself serves that purpose, a self-contained note will be put up with every case submitted to the minister. Such a note will bring out briefly but clearly relevant facts, including the views expressed on the subject by other departments, if any, consulted in the matter and the point or points on which the orders of the minister are sought. 7. If apparent errors or incorrect statements in a case have to be pointed out, or if an opinion expressed therein has to be criticized, care should be taken to couch the observations objectively, in courteous and temperate language free from personal remarks. 8. When a paper under consideration raises several major points which require detailed examination and respective orders, each point or group of related points will be noted upon separately in sectional notes. Such notes will each begin with a list of the major points dealt with therein and placed below the main note in a separate folder. 9. Notes and orders will normally be recorded on note sheets in the notes portion of the file and will be serially numbered. Black or blue ink will be used by all category of staff and officers. Only an officer of the level of Joint Secretary to Government of India and above may use green or red ink in rare cases. 10th. The dealing hand will append his full signature with date on the left below his note. An officer will append his full signature on the right-hand side of the note with name, designation and date. 11. A note will be divided into serially numbered paragraphs of easy size, say 10 lines each. Paragraphs may preferably have brief titles. The first few paragraphs will give the profile of the problem, position of rules, precedents and the position of resources with proper analysis and sequence and an indication of the evidence and the conclusions reached. The final paragraph should weigh the arguments and recommend the best course of action, with a supporting draft communication, if necessary. 12. In writing notes, the observations made in Appendix 7, style in notes and drafts will be kept in view. 25. 13. A small margin of about 1 inch will be left on all sides left, right, top and bottom of each page of the note sheet to ensure better preservation of notes recorded on the files, as at times the paper gets torn from the edges, making reading of the document difficult. However, notes should be typed written on both sides of the note sheet as per instructions of Department of Expenditure. 14. While preparing submitting notes for the Cabinet committees, groups of ministers, the required procedure is detailed in Appendix 7.1 will be kept in view. 15. While preparing submitting of papers for consideration of the Committee of Secretaries, the required procedure is detailed in Appendix 7.2 will be kept in view. 16. While reconstitution of high-level commissions committees, the required procedure is detailed in Appendix 7.3 will be kept in view. 33. Modification of notes or orders. 1. Senior officers should not require any modification in, or replacement of, the notes recorded by their juniors, once they have been submitted to them. Instead, the higher officers should record their own notes giving their views on the subject, where necessary correcting or modifying the facts given in earlier notes. In any case, the replacement or modification of the notes which have already been recorded on a file when the file has been further noted upon by others should not be permitted. 2. Pasting over a note or a portion of it to conceal what has been recorded is not desirable. Where a note recorded in the first instance requires any modification on account of additional facts or any error having come to notice, a subsequent note may be recorded, keeping the earlier note intact. 3. Where a final decision already communicated to a party is found later on to have been given on a mistaken ground or wrong facts or wrong interpretation of rules due to misunderstanding, such withdrawal may have also legal implications. In all such cases, in addition to consulting the Ministry of Law, wherever necessary, such a withdrawal should be permitted only after the approval of an officer higher than the one who took the original decision has been obtained and reasons for the reversal or modification of the earlier decision have been duly recorded on the file. 34. Noting on files received from other departments. 1. If the reference seeks the opinion, ruling or concurrence of the receiving department and requires detailed examination, such examination will normally be done separately through routine notes and only the final result will be recorded on the file by the officer responsible for commenting upon the reference. The officer to whom such a note is submitted will either accept that note or record a note of his own. In the former case, he may direct that the note in question or a specified portion thereof may be reproduced on the main file for communication to the department concerned. In the latter case, he will record a suitable note on the main file itself. In either case, a copy of the note recorded on the main file will be kept on the routine notes folder for retention in the receiving department before the file is returned to the originating department. 2. The department will open subject-wise files each year in which such routine notes will be kept. The interdepartmental note recorded on the file of the originating department will bear the subject file number to facilitate filing of papers and their retrieval for future reference. The retrieval is faster in a computerized environment due to easier tracking. 26. 3. Where the reference requires information of a factual nature or other action based on a clear precedent or practice, the dealing hand in the receiving department may note on the file straightway. 4. Where a note on a file is recorded by an officer after obtaining the orders of a higher officer, the fact that the views expressed therein have the approval of the latter should be specifically mentioned. 35. Aids to processing. 1. To facilitate processing of a case, each section will develop and maintain the following processing tools for important subjects dealt with by it. A. Standing guard files. B. Standing notes. C. Precedent book, Vide Para 110. D. Standard process sheets for repetitive items of work only. And A. Reference folders containing copies of circulars, etc. The above records will also be maintained in electronic form in a computerized environment. 2. Apart from copies of acts, rules, orders and instructions concerning subjects dealt with by it, each section is expected to maintain, for ready reference, the Constitution of India and certain acts, rules and instructions of a general nature, references of most of which have been made in this manual. Each department is expected to procure an adequate number of copies of these acts, rules and instructions and make them available to all concerned. An illustrative list of such acts, rules and instructions is contained in Appendix 8. These acts, rules and instructions will be accessed electronically if available on website of issuing ministries departments. 3. The documentation cum reference system manual as well as electronic form will include reference material peculiar to the need of the functional sections and a consciously developed information system to act as an aid to policy formulation, review and operational decisions. 36. Oral discussions. 1. All points emerging from discussions including telephonic discussions between two or more officers of the same department or from discussions between officers of different departments, and the conclusions reached will be recorded precisely on the relevant file by the officer authorizing action. 2. All discussions, instructions, decisions which the officer recording them considers to be important enough for the purpose, should be got confirmed by all those who have participated in or are responsible for them. This is particularly desirable in cases where the policy of the government is not clear or where some important deviation from the prescribed policy is involved or where two or more levels differ on significant issues or the decision itself, though agreed to by all concerned, is an important one. 37. Oral instructions by higher officers. 1. Where an officer is giving direction including telephonic direction, for taking action in any case in respect of matters on which he or his subordinate has powers to decide, he shall ordinarily do so in writing. If, however, the circumstances of the case are such that there is no time for giving the instructions in writing, he should follow it up by a written confirmation at the earliest. 27. 2. An officer shall, in the performance of his official duties, or in the exercise of the powers conferred on him, act in his best judgment except when he is acting under instructions of an official superior to him. In the latter case, he shall obtain the directions in writing wherever practicable before carrying out the instructions, and where it is not possible to do so, he shall obtain written confirmation of the directions as soon thereafter as possible. If the officer giving the instructions is not his immediate superior but one higher to the latter in the hierarchy, he shall bring such instructions to the notice of his immediate superior at the earliest. 38. Oral orders on behalf of or from minister. 1. Whenever a member of the personal staff of a minister communicates to any officer an oral order on behalf of the minister, it shall be confirmed by him in writing, immediately thereafter. 2. If any officer receives oral instructions from the minister or from his personal staff and the orders are in accordance with the norms, rules, regulations or procedures, they should be brought to the notice of the secretary or the head of the department where the officer concerned is working in or under a non-secretariat organization. 3. If any officer receives oral instructions from the minister or from his personal staff and the orders are not in accordance with the norms, rules, regulations or procedures, he should seek further clear orders from the secretary or the head of the department in case he is working in or under a non-secretariat organization about the line of action to be taken, stating clearly that the oral instructions are not in accordance with the rules, regulations, norms or procedures. 4. In rare and urgent cases when the minister is on tour, is sick and his approval has to be taken on telephone, the decision of the minister shall be conveyed by his private secretary in writing. In such cases, confirmation will be obtained on file when the minister returns to headquarters rejoins. 39. Confirmation of oral instructions. 1. If an officer seeks confirmation of oral instructions given by his senior, the latter should confirm it in writing whenever such confirmation is sought. 2. Receipt of communications from junior officers seeking confirmation of oral instructions should be acknowledged by the senior officers or their personal staff, or the personal staff of the minister, as the case may be. 40. Examination of progress of cases in which two or more authorities are consulted, where two or more state governments, central government departments or other authorities are simultaneously consulted. The examination and, where necessary, tabulation of the replies will ordinarily be started as soon as replies begin to arrive and not held over till the receipt of all the replies or the expiry of the target date. A checklist of the replies received pending should be maintained in a separate folder and the position should be put up periodically on file after regular reminders to the defaulters. 41. Filing of papers. 1. Papers required to be filed will be punched neatly on the left-hand top corner and tagged onto the appropriate part of the file with Notes, Correspondence, Appendix to Notes and Appendix to Correspondence, in chronological order, from left to right to both Notes portion and Correspondence portion, will be placed in a single file cover. Left end of tag in the Notes portion will be tagged onto the left side of the file cover and right 28. End of the tag will remain as such, i.e., untagged. In the case of Correspondence portion, right side of tag will be tagged onto the right side of the same file cover and left side of the tag will remain as such, i.e., untagged. 3. Earlier communications referred to in the receipt or issue will be indicated by pencil by giving their position on the file. 4a. If the file is not bulky, appendix to notes and appendix to correspondence may be kept along with the respective note portion or the correspondence portion of the main file if these are considered as integral and important part. b. If the file is bulky, separate file covers may be used for keeping appendix to notes and appendix to correspondence. 5. Routine receipts and office copies of the communications issued, e.g., reminders, acknowledgements and routine notes will not be allowed to clutter up the file. They will be placed below the file in a separate cover and destroyed when they have served their purpose. 6. When the notes plus the correspondence portion of a file become bulky, say exceed 150 pages, it will be stitched and marked, Volume 1. Further papers on the subject will be added to the new volume of the same file, which will be marked Volume 2, and so on. 7. In Volume 2 and subsequent volumes of the same file, page numbering in notes portion and correspondence portion will be made in continuity of the last page number in note portion correspondence portion of the earlier volume. 8. On top of the first page of the note portion in each volume of the file, file number, name of the ministry department, name of branch section and subject of the file will be mentioned. 42. Arrangement of papers in a case. The papers in a case will be arranged in the following order from top downwards. 1. Reference books. 2. Notes portion of the current file ending with the note for consideration. 3. Running summary of facts. 4. Draft for approval, if any. 5. Correspondence portion of the current file ending with the latest receipt or issue, as the case may be. 6. Appendix to notes and correspondence. 7. Standing guard file, standing note or reference folder, if any. 8. Other papers, if any, referred to, e.g., extracts of notes or correspondence from other files, copies of orders, resolutions, gazettes, arranged in chronological order, the latest being placed on the top. 9. Recorded files, if any, arranged in chronological order, the latest being placed on the top. And 10. Routine notes and papers arranged in chronological order and placed in a separate cover. 43. Preferencing. 1. Every page in each part of the file quiz. Notes, correspondence, appendix to notes, and appendix to correspondence will be consecutively numbered in separate series in pencil on the right top corner. Blank intervening pages, if any, will not be numbered. 2. Each item of correspondence in a file, whether receipt or issue, will be assigned a serial number which will be displayed prominently in red ink at the top middle of its first page. 29. 3. The paper under consideration on a file will be flagged, PUC, and the latest fresh receipt noted upon, as FR. In no circumstances will a slip, other than PUC and FR, be attached to any paper in a current file. If there are more than one FR, these should be flagged separately as FRI, FR2, and so on. 4. In referring to the papers flagged, PUC, or FR, the relevant page numbers will be quoted invariably on the margin. Other papers in a current file will be referred to by their page numbers only. 5. Recorded files and other papers put up with the current file will be flagged with alphabetical slips for quick identification. Only one alphabetical slip will be attached to a recorded file or compilation. If two or more papers contained in the same file or compilation are to be referred to, they should be identified by the relevant page numbers in addition to the alphabetical slip AG, A23, N, A17, C, and so on. 6. To facilitate the identification of references to papers contained in other files after the removal of slips, the number of the file referred to will be quoted invariably in the body of the note, and the relevant page numbers, together with the alphabetical slip attached thereto, will be indicated on the margin. Similarly, the number and date of orders, notifications and the resolutions, and, in the case of acts, rules and regulations, their brief title together with the number of the relevant section, rule, paragraph or clause referred to will be quoted in the body of the notes, while the alphabetical slips used will be indicated on the margin. 7. Rules or other compilations referred to in a case need not be put up if copies thereof are expected to be available with the officer to whom the case is being submitted. The fact of such compilations not having been put up will be indicated on the margin of the notes in pencil. 8. The reference slips will be attached neatly on the back of the papers so flagged. When a number of papers put up in a case are to be flagged, the slips will be spread over the entire width of the file so that every slip is easily visible. 44. Linking of files. 1. If the issues raised in two or more current files are so interconnected that they must be dealt with together simultaneously, the relevant files will be linked in the manner indicated in sub-para 2 below. Such linking may also be resorted to, if a paper on one current file is required for reference in dealing with another current file, unless a copy of the paper can be conveniently placed on the first file. 2. When files are to be linked, strings of the file board of the lower file, but not its flaps, will be tied around the upper file, and those of the file board or flap of the upper file tied underneath it in a bow out of the way so that each file is intact with all its connected papers properly arranged on its file board or flap. 3. On receipt after completion of action, the linked files will be immediately delinked after taking relevant extracts and placing them on the linked files, where necessary. 4. In a computer environment, the file tracking system has the facility for easy linkage of files and its subsequent movement. 30. 45. Use of urgency gradings. 1. The two urgency gradings authorized for use on cases are immediate and priority. 2. The label immediate will be used only in cases requiring prompt attention. Amongst the rest, the priority label will be used for cases which merit disposal in precedence to others of ordinary nature. 3. Where Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha labels for questions, assurances, motions, bills, notices etc. are used, it will not be necessary to use, in addition, immediate or priority label. 4. The grading of urgency assigned to a case will be reviewed by all concerned at different stages of its progress and, where necessary, revised. This is particularly important for cases proposed to be referred to other departments. 31. Chapter 7. Handling of receipts and the desk officer system. 46. The general principles governing the action on receipts given in Para 22 will apply to the desk officer system of functioning also. While the general drill for receipt, distribution and handling of DAC, etc. has been laid down in chapters IV, V and V, the special features that distinguish the desk pattern from the conventional section-based functioning are given below. 47. Receipt of DAC. The Central Registry IFC will send DAC along with invoice appendix 2 direct to the desk functionary who will acknowledge its receipt on the invoice. Each desk functionary will maintain a desk diary appendix 3. 48. Action by desk functionary. 1. The desk functionary will examine the receipt and will, in simple situations, draft and issue a reply, and in other cases submit a draft fair communication to Deputy Secretary Director Joint Secretary for approval signature without any elaborate note. In case of any doubt, he will take appropriate action after discussion with Deputy Secretary Director Joint Secretary. 2. Occasionally a communication may give rise to a problem requiring to be solved. In such cases, the technique of writing a self-contained paper described in Para 29(2) will be adopted. 3. The supporting staff, i.e. stenographer, assistant, desk attaché, etc. attached to a desk officer will inter alia assist him in filing of papers and file management, dealing with simple cases including issue of acknowledgements, forwarding of papers etc. collection, compilation, collation etc. of data in given forms, maintaining codes, manuals and other relevant research and reference material, records management, including retrieval, review, etc. Typing and doing other miscellaneous work that may arise from time to time. 49. Maintenance of reference materials. Each desk functionary will develop a reliable documentation cum reference system, manual or electronic form comprising aids to processing mentioned in para 35. Asterisk 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 32. Chapter 8. Forms and procedure of communication. 50. Forms of written communication and methods of delivery. The different forms of written communication and methods of delivery generally used by a department are described below. Each form has a use and, in some cases, a phraseology of its own. Only black or blue ink will be used in communications. A small margin of about 1 inch will be left on all sides, left, right, top and bottom of each page of communication to ensure better preservation of records, as at times the paper gets torn from the edges, making reading of the documents difficult. Specimens of these forms are given in Appendix 9. 1. Letter. This form is used for corresponding with foreign governments, state governments, the Union Public Service Commission and other constitutional bodies, heads of attached and subordinate officers, public enterprises, statutory authorities, public bodies and members of the public generally. A letter begins with the salutation, Sir, Madam, as may be appropriate, and ends with the subscription, Yours faithfully. 2. Demi-official letter. A. This form is generally used in correspondence between government officers for an interchange or communication of opinion or information without the formality of the prescribed procedures. It may also be used when it is desired that the matter should receive personal attention of the individual addressed. Since demi-official letter is written in the first person in a personal and friendly tone, it should be addressed by an officer in a ministry department who is ordinarily not more than 1 or 2 levels below the officer to whom such communication is addressed. Note: for the purpose of determination of level, secretary, additional secretary and director, deputy secretary will be considered as one level. B. Communications to non-officials can also take the form of a demi-official letter. 3. Office memorandum. This form is generally used for corresponding with other departments or in calling for information from or conveying information to its employees. It may also be used in corresponding with attached and subordinate officers. It is written in the third person and bears no salutation or subscription except the name and designation of the officer signing it. 4. Interdepartmental note. ID note. A. This form is generally employed for obtaining the advice, views, concurrence or comments of other departments on a proposal or in seeking clarification of the existing rules, instructions etc. It may also be used by a department when consulting its attached and subordinate officers and vice versa. B. The interdepartmental note may either be recorded on a file referred to another department or may take the form of an independent self-contained note. The subject need not be mentioned when recorded on the file itself. Note: formally, i.e. prior to publication of 6th edition of CSMOP in 1975, the ID note used to be known as unofficial note, UO note. 33. 5. Telegram. A. This form is used for communicating with outstation parties in matters demanding prompt attention. The text of the telegram should be as brief as possible. B. Telegrams are of two kinds, viz. enclair telegrams and cipher code telegrams. The former are worded in plain language. The latter are expressed in secret language, code or cipher or both, but a combination in the same telegram of figures and letters having a secret meaning is not permitted. In editing, numbering and issuing of cipher code telegrams, the instructions issued by the Ministry of External Affairs in respect of external telegrams and by the Ministry of Home Affairs in the case of internal telegrams from time to time, should be carefully observed. C. There are 4 gradings of urgency authorized for use in state telegrams, viz. ISVH, E. Most immediate, and E. Operation immediate, and IV LM mediate. The use of these grading is regulated by the rules issued by the Department of Posts. Relevant extracts from these rules are contained in Appendix 10. D. Telegrams, other than cipher and code telegrams, should normally be followed by post copies. 6. Fax facility. In urgent and important matters including legal and financial messages, departments may use fax facilities to send messages, wherever available. Officers not connected through fax but having telex facilities, may send urgent and important messages through telex, instead of a telegram in communicating with outstation officers. 7. Registered post. Registered AD acknowledgement due. This method of delivery is used in communicating with officers to ensure receipt of the communication, and in the case of registered AD, an acknowledgement of the delivery is also received by the issuing office. 8. Speed post. This method of delivery is used to ensure quick receipt of messages warranting urgent attention at the receiving end, and an acknowledgement of the delivery is also received by the issuing office. 9. Office order. This form is normally used for issuing instructions meant for day-to-day internal administration, e.g., grant of regular leave, distribution of work among officers and sections, appointments and transfers, etc. 10. Order. This form is generally used for issuing certain types of financial sanctions and for communicating government orders in disciplinary cases, etc. to the officials concerned. 11. Notification. This form is mostly used in notifying the promulgation of statutory rules and orders, appointments and promotions of gazetted officers, etc. through publications in the Gazette of India. The composition of the Gazette, the types of matters to be published in each part and section thereof, the instructions for sending the matter for publication therein and for sending copies thereof are indicated in Appendix 11. 12. Resolution. This form of communication is used for making public announcement of decisions of government in important matters of policy, e.g., the policy of industrial licensing, appointment of committees or commissions of inquiry. Resolutions are also published in the Gazette of India. 13. Press communique. Note. This form is used when it is proposed to give wide publicity to a decision of government. A press communique is more formal in character than a press note and is expected to be reproduced intact by the press. A press note, on the other hand, is intended to serve as a handout to the press, which may edit, compress or enlarge it, as deemed fit. 34. 14. Endorsement. This form is used when a paper has to be returned in original to the sender, or the paper in original or its copy is sent to another department or office, for information or action. It is also used when a copy of a communication is proposed to be forwarded to parties other than the one to which it is addressed. Normally this form will not be used in communicating copies to state governments. The appropriate form for such communication should be a letter. 15. Circular. This form is used when important and urgent external communications received or important and urgent decisions taken internally have to be circulated within a department for information and compliance by a large number of employees. 16. Advertisement. This form is used for reaching out to the general public to create awareness about government policies and operational matters. It may take the form of audiovisual or written communication or both. 17. Email. This is a paperless form of communication to be used by department having computer facilities supported by internet or intranet connectivity. 51. Telephonic communications. 1. Appropriate use of the medium of telephone may be made by departments for intra and interdepartmental consultation and for communication of information between parties situated locally. 2. In matters of urgency, departments may communicate with outstation officers also over the telephone. 3. The provisions of Para 55C also apply to official trunk calls. 4. Telephonic communications, wherever necessary, may be followed by written communications by way of confirmation. 5. Resort to ISD, STD and trunk calls will be regulated by departmental instructions. 52. Correspondence with attached and subordinate officers. 1a. Senior officers head of a subordinate attached office under an administrative ministry department will correspond in respect of matters involving intervention approval of another ministry department in a note form to their concerned ministry department. b. Head of an autonomous body under an administrative ministry will write in respect of matters involving intervention approval of another ministry department to the secretary of the concerned ministry department in a letter form. C. In both the cases, concerned ministry department, if required, will take up the matter with another ministry. The attached office subordinate office may, however, seek factual information from another ministry department directly. A. An officer of a subordinate office attached office autonomous body will not correspond directly with the minister of another ministry except the head of a statutory body regulatory authority set up by an Act of Parliament. 2. In the case of their own attached officers, subordinate officers placed directly under them i.e. without the intervention of an attached office, as are located in Delhi, New Delhi referred to herein as Non-Secretariat Organization, NSO. For convenience the departments will introduce the single file system of correspondence, details of which are in Para 53. Note: the single file system will not apply to correspondence between a department and any statutory, corporate or other autonomous body which might be owned or controlled by it. 35. 53. Single file system SFS1. This will apply to matters which have to be referred by the Non-Secretariat Organization NSO to the department for seeking a sanction order, i.e. a decision not within its own delegated powers. 2. The file cover of an SFS case should prominently show the name of the originating NSO and likewise indicate that it follows the SFS system. 3. The SFS file need not bear an ID no. or other formal method of sending, but will be sent as though it is from one officer to another in the same organization. 4. The SFS file should be complete in all respects, so as to enable the department to take a decision expeditiously. Hence the NSO will ensure that a. Every point for decision order is clearly brought out. b. All relevant connected papers are placed on the file, properly arranged and referred to. c. Draft orders, sanctions are put up, where they are required to be approved by the department for issue. And d. The availability of funds, etc. is certified where additional expenditure is involved in the proposal. 5. The officer last dealing with the SFS case in the NSO will mark it to the appropriate officer in the department, by name. Policy files will, however, be referred to the department at appropriate levels to be determined by the department and the NSO concerned, through a general order. 6. All SFS files will be invariably routed through the central registry of the department concerned. Their receipt will be entered electronically or in a separate register which will also record, against a relevant receipt entry, the dispatch of the file on its return to the NSO. 7. As a rule, all notings in the department will be on the NSO file. However, where sensitive or delicate matters in the sphere of personnel, policy issues and finance are involved, the recording of notes in duplicate files may be permitted by issuing general or special orders by the department. This will be done at a particular stage of the SFS case or at or above a particular level, with the final decision thereafter being suitably recorded on the SFS file. 8. As a convention, the Secretariat noting on a SFS file will start on a new page in the noting done sequentially, except in matters of the nature referred to in 7 above. 9. Action to implement the government decision in SFS case will be initiated in and by the NSO on the return of the file. Orders so issued should specifically state that they have received the concurrence of government in the department concerned. Copies of every sanction order so issued by the NSO will be endorsed without fail to all the officers concerned in the department. 54. Interdepartmental consultation. 1. Interdepartmental consultation may take the form of interdepartmental notes, interdepartmental meetings or oral discussions. 36. 2. In making written interdepartmental references, the following points should be observed. A. Interdepartmental references will normally be made under the directions of an officer not below the rank of Undersecretary or as may be provided by the departmental instructions. B. The points on which the opinion of other departments is sought or which it is desired to bring to their notice should be clearly stated. C. Where possible, the drafts of the orders proposed to be issued may also be shown to the departments sought to be consulted. D. When it is necessary to consult more than one department on a case, such consultation may be effected simultaneously by self-contained interdepartmental notes unless I. It involves copying of a large number of documents available on the file. Or E. The need for consulting the second department would arise only after the views of the first have become available. 3a. When such a reference requires concurrence of one or more ministries under the Government of India transaction of business rules, the following further points should be observed. I. The originating ministry should invariably prescribe a time limit when calling for comments or concurrence from other ministries. E. In case any of the ministries so consulted is not in a position to send its comments concurrence within the prescribed time limit, it should write back promptly, in any case before the prescribed time limit, and indicate the additional time they would require for furnishing their final reply. B. When such a reference does not require such concurrence under the rules, the originating ministry need not wait for the comments of other ministry beyond the prescribed time limit, and it should feel free to go ahead with its scheme proposal without waiting any longer. C. The initiating ministry should always feel free to recall its file from another ministry, to which such a reference has been made on a file, if such a course is required to be adopted for expediting the process of decision-making in the case. Such a decision to recall a file should be taken at a level not lower than that of a branch officer in the originating ministry. 4. Interdepartmental meetings may be held where it is necessary to elicit the opinion of other departments on important cases and arrive at a decision within a limited time. No such meeting will normally be convened except under the orders of an officer not below the level of Joint Secretary. In respect of such meetings, it will be ensured that a. The representatives attending the meeting are officers who can take decisions on behalf of their departments. B. An agenda setting up clearly the points for discussion is prepared and sent along with the proposal for holding the meeting, allowing adequate time for the representatives of other departments to prepare themselves for the meeting. And C. A record of discussions is prepared immediately after the meeting and circulated to the other departments concerned, setting out the conclusions reached and indicating the department or departments responsible for taking further action on each conclusion. 37. 5. On occasions it may be necessary to have oral discussions including teleconferencing or video conferencing with officers of other departments, e.g., 1. A preliminary discussion between the officers of the departments concerned is likely to help in the disposal of the case. B. It is desirable to reach a preliminary agreement before proceeding further in the matter. C. Interdepartmental noting reveals a difference of opinion between two or more departments. Or D. It is proposed to seek only information or advice of the department to be consulted. The result of such oral consultation should be recorded in a single note on the file by the officer of the department to which the case belongs. The note will state clearly the conclusions reached and the reasons thereof. A copy of the note will also be sent to the departments consulted in order that they have a record of the conclusions reached. 6. Reopening of decisions arrived at after proper interdepartmental consultations should normally be avoided. In case adequate grounds exist for reopening of such issues, it should be settled after a quick reassessment. 7. In case two or more departments persist in their respective viewpoints leading to a deadlock or impasse, such issues should be sorted out by raising the level of consideration to a forum like the Committee of Secretaries headed by the Cabinet Secretary or to the level of ministers concerned, to arrive at a quick decision without continuing with protracted correspondence discussions among the disputing departments. 8. Nodal ministries departments, which render advice to various departments and do so through different divisions, will ensure that the views expressed by them at interdepartmental discussions are consistent, and they are not found deviating from their views on different occasions. The expression of conflicting views by the different divisions of the same department during such interdepartmental discussions should be discouraged. 55. Nodal ministries departments in order that the number of interdepartmental references are minimized so as to facilitate reduced paperwork and secure faster decision-making, nodal ministries departments such as Law, Finance, Personnel, Power, Electronics, Environment, Planning Commission, Surface Transport, Petroleum, Science and Technology etc. may lay down clear guidelines on their respective subjects for individual departments to follow. Guidelines should be so framed that reference to nodal departments will be necessary in exceptional cases only. 56. References to the Attorney General of India. References to the Attorney General will be made only by the Ministry of Law and Justice. 57. References to constitutional, statutory authorities. References to constitutional and statutory authorities such as Election Commission of India will normally be made in the letter form addressed to Principal Secretary, Secretary. In no case an office memorandum will be sent to such authorities by the ministry's departments. 58. References to the Controller and Auditor General of India. References to the Controller and Auditor General of India for his views or advice can be made only by or through the Ministry of Finance. In matters of day-to-day administration, ministries' departments may, however, at their discretion, correspond direct with the Office of the Controller and Auditor General of India. 59. References to the Union Public Service Commission. References to the Union Public Service Commission will normally be made in the form of a letter addressed to the Secretary. In certain matters, e.g., requisitions for recruitment, formal references should ordinarily be preceded by personal discussion at appropriate levels. 60. Correspondence with Union Territory administrations. All communications of a routine nature which clearly relate to the business of a particular department will ordinarily be addressed to the Secretary in the appropriate department. Other important communications may be addressed to the Chief Secretary or the Administrator by an officer of senior level. 38. 61. Correspondence with state governments. 1. Communications on the subjects which clearly relate to the business of a particular department will normally be addressed to the Secretary of that department. Other communications including those of special nature or importance warranting attention at higher levels may be addressed to the Chief Secretary. Demi-official letters can also be sent to officers of state governments. In case of demi-official communications to the Chief Secretary of a state, this level will not be below the level of Joint Secretary. 2. Communications other than those of a purely routine nature, e.g., acknowledgements will not ordinarily be addressed to state governments, except with the prior approval and over the signature of the branch officer. Purely routine communications can, however, be signed by a section officer. 62. Correspondence with the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha Secretariats. Communications meant for the Lok Sabha Secretariat or the Rajya Sabha Secretariat and requiring urgent or high-level attention may be addressed to the officers concerned in the Secretariat of the House concerned and not to the Secretary General. 63. Correspondence with Members of Parliament. 1. Communications received from Members of Parliament should be attended to promptly. 2. Where a communication is addressed to a minister, it should, as far as practicable, be replied to by the minister himself. In other cases, a reply should normally be issued over the signature of an officer of the rank of secretary only. 3. Where, however, a communication is addressed to the head of an attached or subordinate office, public sector undertakings, financial institutions including nationalized banks division branch in charge in a ministry department organization, it should be replied to by the addressee himself. In routine matters, he may send an appropriate reply on his own. In policy matters, however, the officer should have prior approval of higher authorities before sending a reply. It should, however, be ensured that the minimum level at which such replies are sent to members of parliament is that of Under Secretary and that also in a polite letter form only. 4. Normally information sought by a member should be supplied unless it is of such a nature that it would have been denied to him even if asked for on the floor of the Houses of Parliament. 5. As far as possible, in corresponding with members of parliament, pre-printed or cyclostyled replies should be avoided. 6. In case a reference from an ex-member of parliament is addressed to a minister or secretary, reply to such reference may be sent by the concerned divisional head after obtaining approval of the secretary of the ministry department. In case the reference is addressed to a lower-level officer, reply to such reference could be sent by the officer on his own in non-policy cases and after obtaining approval of the higher authorities in policy cases. However, the lowest level at which reply could be sent should be that of an under-secretary and that too in a polite letter form only. 64. Correspondence with ministers of state governments. The procedure laid down in the above paragraph No. 63 may also be followed in dealing with communications received from the ministers of state governments. 65. Correspondence with foreign governments and international organizations. Correspondence with foreign governments and their missions in India, heads of Indian diplomatic missions and posts abroad and United Nations and its specialized agencies will normally be channelized through the Ministry of External Affairs. The exceptions under which Direct 39. Correspondence may be resorted to are indicated in the instructions entitled, Channel of Communication between the Government of India and State Governments on the one hand, and foreign and Commonwealth governments are their missions in India, heads of Indian diplomatic missions and posts abroad and United Nations and its specialized agencies on the other, issued by the Ministry of External Affairs. 66. Prompt response to letters received. 1. Each communication received from a member of parliament, member of the public, recognized association or a public body will be acknowledged within 15 days, followed by a reply within the next 15 days of acknowledgement sent. 2. Where a delay is anticipated in sending a final reply, or information has to be obtained from another ministry or another office, an interim reply will be sent within a month from the date of receipt indicating the possible date by which a final reply can be given. 3. If any such communication is wrongly addressed to a department, it will be transferred promptly within a week to the appropriate department under intimation to the party concerned. 4. Where the request of a member of the public cannot be acceded to for any reason, reasons for not acceding to such a request should be given courteously. 5. As far as possible, requests from members of public should be looked at from the user's point of view and not solely from the point of view of what may be administratively convenient. 67. Target date for replies in all important matters in which state governments, departments of the central government, or other officers, public bodies or individuals are consulted. Time limit for replies may ordinarily be specified. On expiry of the specified date, orders of the appropriate authority may be obtained on whether the officers, whose replies have not been received, may be allowed an extension of time or whether the matter may be processed, without waiting for their replies. 40. Chapter IX. Drafting of Communications. 68. Procedure for drafting. 1. No draft is required to be prepared in simple and straightforward cases or those of a repetitive nature for which standard forms of communication exist. Such cases may be submitted to the appropriate officer with fair copies of the communication for signature. 2. It is not always necessary to await the approval of the proposed line of action and the draft will be put up simultaneously along with the notes by the initiating level officer. The higher officer may revise the draft if it does not conform to the approved course of action. 3. After a final decision is taken by the competent authority, he may have the fair communication made for his signature and authorize its issue. Otherwise, he will prepare a draft and submit it to the appropriate higher officer for approval. 4. The officer approving the issue of a draft will append his initials with date on the draft. It is also expected that he orders on the file simultaneously whether the draft so approved should be kept on the file along with the office copy of the communication issued in fair or not. 5. Initial drafting will be done in black or blue ink. Modifications in the draft at the subsequent levels may be made in green or red ink by the officers so as to distinguish the corrections made. 69. General instructions for drafting. 1. A draft should carry the message sought to be conveyed in a language that is clear, concise and incapable of misconstruction. 2. Lengthy sentences, abruptness, redundancy, circumlocution, superlatives and repetition, whether of words, observations or ideas, should be avoided. 3. Official communications emanating from a department and purporting to convey the views or orders of the Government of India must specifically be expressed to have been written under the directions of government. This requirement does not, however, imply that each communication should start with the phrase, "I am directed to say," or, "the undersigned is directed to convey," which has the effect of distancing the communicator from the reader at the very outset. A more direct and to-the-point format is to be preferred if some degree of rapport is to be established with the receiver of the communication. The obligatory requirement can be met in a variety of imaginative ways. For instance, variations of the phrase can be added to the operative part of the letter towards the end as under 41. I have the pleasure to inform you that the government, on reconsideration of the matter, has decided to sanction an additional grant of. Or, in the circumstances, it is regretted that it has not been found possible to accede to your request. Or, we do, therefore, regret that we have not found it possible to accede to your request. 4. Communications of some length or complexity should generally conclude with a summary. 5. Depending upon the form of communication, the subject should be mentioned in it, including reminders. 6. The number and date of the last communication in the series, and if this is not from the addressee, his last communication on the subject, should always be referred to. Where it is necessary to refer to more than one communication or a series of communications, this should be done on the margin of the draft. 7. All drafts put up on a file should bear the file number. When two or more communications are to issue from the same file to the same addressee on the same date, a separate serial number may be inserted before the numeral identifying the year to avoid confusion in reference, e.g., A. 12,012 fifths 108 ADMN and A. 12,012 fifths 208 ADMN. 8. A draft should clearly specify the enclosures which are to accompany the fair copy. In addition, short oblique lines should be drawn at appropriate places on the margin for ready reference by the typist, the comparer and the dispatcher. The number of enclosures should also be indicated at the end of the draft on the bottom left of the page ENCL. 3. 9. If copies of an enclosure referred to in the draft are available in a, therefore, not to be typed, photocopied,